So today is going to be working on some 2D assets. I'm also going to be doing the exporting of the overlay I was working on the end of last week. Have some things to work out on this end. Board's being a little funky. Fix it. There we go. Maybe. One. Muscle Milk Daddy of the stream. The first time I've seen you, dude. Play together, and I'll be on later. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so, video capture device. Hello. Overlay is being a little funky, but everything else is working, I think. Cool. So, today's plan was to work on some, of my motes, and I've got a, overlay outputting. Actually, I was in the middle of doing it. Show you guys a little bit of behind the scenes of how this works. So back to a play capture. There we go. So, what I am actually working on is getting this scene here exported. So I went through and did the 3 assets. This is a replica of my current overlay, essentially, but in 3D format, and it's the deck of like a spaceship or something. So actually, what I need to do is I need to have this exported into a usable format. So little one. Okay, so rendering. This is for cycles, but I am going to apply it because to DV renderer, because the cycles renderer. I'll just show you what it looks like. So, and if I were to render this, much slower, and it looks a bit grainy. Well, so I'm not wanting to export this in EV. I'm gonna want to do it in cycles. Or I'm not gonna want to do it in cycles. I'm gonna want to do it in EV. Yeah, that's how it is. Much smoother, renders a lot faster. Since it's rendering faster, it would be assumed that it's a smaller file size. Not that that's going to matter a lot because I will be able to compress it a little bit. So I got the rendering here, and then I go over into settings here. So what this tutorial here is saying that I want it in first I'm in the export settings. Looks like a little printer that's outputting an image. So I go into that, and then I'm going to want it to export as a PNG. I'm going to want it to export as RGBA, color depth 8. And then I want it to have transparent tag, which I believe I already have turned on. And where did I turn it on? They've moved things around. Oh, it's not on yet. Transparent. Okay, then go back to this. Yeah. What version is the tutorial? I don't know, but whatever. Things have moved around. Before I say that, cycles is different. No, same as EV. Okay, so I've got that going. Yeah, we'll turn it overwrite because I don't want to create a billion instances. Same thing. Okay, so film, transparent. Make sure I'm not missing. Transparent. World background is transparent. Render context. That is this panel here that we're on currently. Output panel. Oh, it's just telling me all the different versions. Cool. Okay. So theoretically, when I render image, it's going to give me a transparent background now. So I actually want to mess with my lights now. Light back up, and my bottos are my botto is hidden. Okay, so light did I just bring in here? Get rid of that tutorial. Okay, so my light sources coming from the top here. I need to turn on my screen. So I have a light source in front, or viewer point, side, because I want a light to look like it's coming down the corridor, and then a backlight. Just when you're rendering, especially in a more stylized art style, you want a 3-point light setup. Usually you go for a 2 to get your main key light, which is like the direction that the sun or the main light source is coming from, and then you would have a rim light to light up the outline of your subject. Okay, and okay, so which light was causing me issues? One of the lights is causing this weird through the display distortion. This one. Okay, so let's look at the properties of this light. Okay, so it's got a radius of 10. Turn off the I don't know if that shadow is actually going to matter. Bot was in there. For some reason that bot's showing still. Vector bot, okay. I don't know why we're still getting display of the bot. It's supposed to be hidden. Okay, and then we also have overlay. We're going to bump that back into bot. Sphere. Oh, okay, only the bot's inner wheel was auto layer. Okay, cool. So somehow we want to get rid of that weird reflection. The light that I need to manipulate is this light 01. I think we just need to, yeah, get rid of its shadow. The render, it's good for a first run. So let me clean up this shadow. I don't like how that's happening. It's probably with because of the transparency. So, I'm going to save this. Save it in my desktop stream, and I've already saved of this. Whereas it was called. It apparently didn't save. So I'm going to save it as 3D overlay. Save his image. Okay, and then so be us. Got the infinite boxes. Okay, so we have the background, the image. I don't want to cancel. I don't want to copy it, and then paste it. We're gonna hide in the overlay, but we're gonna replace this one. So change the image path. Okay, so our overlay was saved as 3 overlay. Cool, it's actually importing pretty well here. Okay, so besides the infinite play there, see what turn on our video capture and bump it above that so we're not doing all that. Okay, cool. So with this, we're going to want to like my overlay, unlock that. So my chat box a little off. Just that. Actually, I have quite a bit more real estate on this layout. I like that. Gonna have to probably do more adjusting on the side there. Event list. That down. Alert. That in the middle is
Mic off. Mic on.
alert box is fine where it is. And all my other overlays are pretty good. Cool. So that actually transferred over a lot more smoothly than I thought it would. Cool. So let's get rid of the display capture. We're gonna do some art for a while. Cool. Okay, so the original version of my emotes. So let's go back to that page that we're screwing around on earlier. That would be in Procreate. Messing around on this one. The blue can't be seen that well. Okay, so one of the ideas was a contract. I got bored in training for my job, and I drew a few more. Let's go load that. That to iPad. Okay, so these were some of the ideas that I actually came across and I liked a lot. So, Can't draw on that yet. Edit. Markup. Okay. So what I actually liked about this was that this is a map, and this is for subscriber icons. So you start out with a map, but each level has like their map, and first map has nothing on it except for maybe the ley lines. And then the next one has a few of the pathways on it until the next one has the X on it. And so the 3 month or whatever looks like that. So that's the idea for that one. I was still playing with the contract idea here. And then this was the evolving when I was working with different geometric shapes. Which actually when I get to Illustrator, I'm going to be doing that again. What I need to do is actually take this image, take it into Vectinator. I have my new document already set up, and I'm going to import this image. Layer, let's get a new layer in here. So my object is going to go on that one. So first I'm going to cool thing about you can do a reference. I don't know why this recorded twice. Okay. So you actually put it on top and lower the opacity to like 30%. And then you can lock that. Then you can draw over it. And it's not going to still see the image. Okay, so select them all, give them handles, uneven him. I want this. I want it to be a flowing line. Relatively well. my window on my OBS is a little smaller on this overlay. The capture. Never mind. I didn't want that. I wanted grab the capture, pull it back in play area. There we go. And pull another GIF in here. Oh, I want copy that. Copy. Paste. That's not what I want either. Reference. Okay, so import media. This is going to be my avatar. On the desktop. Go in the art underlay. We're gonna pop them right there. There. Here's their position. But okay, back to the art. I don't like this color. I don't like the fact that it's got a stroke either. Rid of the stroke. Makes it so I can actually see it quite a bit clearer. So this is brand new shape. Yeah, I am trying this shape here. And I want and on. Oh, wrong button. Select it. I want them all to be unlinked. I'm going to change this by, there we go. Okay, so this is going to go on the top of the other one, but the other one obviously needs to be adjusted. I actually like how the flow of coming out. So hide the sketch. That's what the map's looking like so far. I think that's pretty cool looking. Let's add another layer so we can get this down. I'm gonna want to change that color probably to a darker one. Make sure it's under my original one. I added extra geometry there. I use the same terminology as when I'm through modeling. Extra bit of just called geometry to work with so that I can actually get bend going. Want this to be a tight edge. Not what I wanted. There, that looks like a map or a piece of parchment. Okay, so I'm gonna take that layer, rename it. Gonna name it parchment pavement. Oh, oh, it's because I was spelling it incorrectly, anyways. Par Parchi parchment. Okay. And then we're going to lock it so that I can, well, it's clean. I need to smoothen that out, but let's get the basics down first. Okay, so hide parchment, bring back up my reference. Then new layer, and name this one. The only thing we have for the pen is that it wants to translate my writing into letters. So, but this is a yeah, so details. Want this just broke and a brownish. I want to shapes. I only want the broke. Okay, cool. So I'm actually going to want the details on the parchment layer so that I can the original whole layer parchment as a mask. Here's what it's going to look. See, it only shows up on that layer. Hey Fiona, how you doing? Welcome. Just working on subscriber and subscriber icons and emotes. I had also just finished importing my version 1 of my overlay that I was working on. So this is this is the 3D one. Did you see me working on it earlier? Just stepped. Well, I didn't work on it a lot today, but OBS wants to go on top. But this is the scene that I was working on for it. Let's hide my underlay. There we go. So this is the 3D design that I was doing in Blender for my overlay. Basically, the layout is the same as one I was using before. So you got the chat box over here, then we got some monitors and other blank space to put the exception. Got other areas to put like the follower count and subscriber count, or recent follower, recent subscriber, stuff like that. And then I have it's also set up so that I can do like I can put little animations, like this robot would could slide across. He's not set up, and then he can turn and face the user, turn back, and like consider continue on his merry way. Yeah, I think it's going to be cute too. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be. I'm going to pre-render it, so it's not going to be as intensive as it could be. But still, I kind of fear what it's going to my computer if I'm running whatever. We'll see. I don't have a fancy setup like the captain does for his streaming. I'm using one computer. So my computer specs are actually down in the About Me. It's one of my boxes. Yep. So the computer was actually built originally, well, 2 years ago for art, a little gaming, and potential of streaming. Yeah, my GPU is probably the most needing of upgrade of the whole thing. Um, it's decent, and if I focus my computer on a single project, it's great. And also for art programs, GPU actually isn't as important as like RAM or whatever. And this was built to do art. So yeah, that was the process behind my overlay. And it's turning out a lot better than I thought it would, and exporting went extremely well. Like I literally did it a few minutes ago. Get more RAM. Maybe I'll download it sometime. I've never actually gone to the site. I've definitely heard the meme about saying to download more RAM though. Yeah, RAM is heavy. So when I built this computer, it was like 3 years ago almost. No, more than 3 years ago now. Um, but the 1070, the 1080 Ti had just come out. So the 1070 was still a very robust, and actually still is GPU. Um, it's a lot. It's very stable, and it does what it needs to do very well. A lot of artists actually recommend having a 1070. More recently, they are getting crazy ones, whatever. But at the time, everyone was saying get a 1070. Um, I don't know if it's a valid option now, but I used to want two 1070s. But I'm probably just better off buying a new GPU. Pup, and I've barely used After Effects. I am used to that type of program though, so I'm not completely lost. But yeah, After Effects is not a program that I've jumped into. I'd really like to though, cause I'm planning on getting more into YouTube content. I have a little bit of video editing experience, but I'd like to get more. Yeah, yeah. After Effects is Yeah, you're working off a laptop, aren't you? Yeah, it's laptops, especially when you get to rendering time. You're lacking a little bit of oomph that you'd like. You have to render in like this. Well, obviously Blender has some rendering. Here, I'll actually show you how quick this thing is to render. So I've got this rendering out at basically the same resolution that you see on screen. Yeah, I probably saw yesterday. I did, but I'm telling it to render out, and it rendered the image almost instantly. Now that is a totally different story if I go to say like if I go to another rendering which is cycles. This one is a totally different rendering engine. There's three different ones in, but I tell this one to render out, and look how slow that is. Building it block by block. It's not like super slow. Animations take forever, but it's much slower than the other render engine image. So it's slow because it's rendering the light data differently. Um, it's rendering more, trying to render more shadows. Like you can tell that anything shadow-wise is a lot smoother. It's not even rendering half the shadows because I have it set up for the other engine. And it's also trying to render these transparencies differently. Well, because you can see, like, look at how foggy all these transparencies are, and then I switch back over to the render it. It rendered the transparencies completely different. You can see it more. It is foggy, but there you can definitely see that there's an image behind it. Yeah, it's just how the rendering image engines calculate the data that's given to it. So you just have to be conscious of which engine you're doing, depending on the shaders that you set up, because different shaders will act differently depending on the rendering engine. That's why you could take a video game model from an Unreal Engine game and pull all those files into a Unity, and it looks totally different, even though they're all the same files. It's because the engine is rendering that data a little bit differently. Kind of the same as different the different the puppeteering software like VC Face versus Puppet and stuff, is they look for different data and render it out. And you can't just take a file from one and upload it quickly into the other one. You actually have to do. So it's basically the same as different file types. Like for videos, you have the MP4s and AVIs, and two of them are depreciated. But different programs are looking for different types of files. Thank you. Yeah, I am really happy with it. Yeah, even if it's static, I do need to do some additional tweaking, but it is looking amazing. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I need to save my setting here and go back to my iPad capture. Yeah, 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 that's one of the goals is to show people what I can do so that if they're interested in having that done, they could have something similar. Yeah, and I think that's a big thing with especially finishing my model stuff is I can talk about this stuff all day, but if I don't have really good examples, especially one that's like right in your face, like this overlay or my avatar, um, people aren't going to want like, okay, what does the work that you actually do look like? Instead, there, there's an example for you. Um, yeah, visibility, anything I need to work on. But I've got a new job and some classes are starting up. I'm going back to school for a few things, and they're starting actually tomorrow. Hikes. Thank you. Um, so I have an associate's in simulation and game design, and then a bunch of other experience that I did not graduate, so it's not actually official. And then now I am going for new media, which is still anything that has to do with computer, but it's more on the advertising and application of stuff instead of video games. Oh, I just saved. Thank you, Nambot. I kept on forgetting to save. I lost almost 2 hours of work. Well, it ended up being 3 minutes, but it was close. Well, I actually haven't. This one, my iPad automatically saves, which is nice. Just Blender, not. It has an auto save feature that you have to dig into the files though, and that saved me last time. Oh, and there's my value. Okay. Uh, B, how are you doing today? What do you work? What are you doing? Just at work. On how to do a thing. Yeah, that's what you end up doing a lot, especially in a more artistic position. Sort of thing. Yeah, I did a little bit of sound mixing for games before, and yeah, it's especially being the only person on the team that has any idea about how sounds are supposed to work, except for oh, you plug it in here. Um, yeah, yeah, the misunderstandings. It's not as simple as, oh, did you hit a pan? That sounds pretty good. Hey, Bluesy, welcome. Yeah, it's audio is one of the most important things for a stream. Also, one of the hardest things to get right, and none of it helped. But I was able to know the mic was pointed the wrong way. Yeah, it was Harris Heller, Atomic Gaming. He was actually talking about make sure your mic is actually facing the right direction, talking to the right side of it. Like that's the first thing you should make sure you know which way your mic is actually supposed to pick up your voice in. Someone said on Reddit that audio isn't leave news. Yes. Yeah, it is. I'd say, yeah, once people actually get into the stream, because there's actually like a 30% bounce rate, if a pre-roll ad actually happens. So if you actually get that viewer to come in through the ad and look at your stream, if you're not able to impress them within the first few seconds, actually, and the mic is a huge thing on that, they're just going to leave. And yeah, mic is incredibly important, especially when there's a lot of newer VTubers that I drop into their streams and stuff, and like it looks cool. They plugged in everything where it should be, and then they talk, and it's static. You can hear there's something in the background, and you have their volume maxed, and you can still barely hear them. Good night, community. Yeah, there's so many that I didn't know the proper mic placement. Like 2 to 3% conversion follower. Yeah, it's getting people to actually follow. That's actually why I have Nightbot with a reminder of, hey, if you like this content, follow. Most people just don't think about it, which I don't blame them, because I've gotten in the habit of clicking the follow button as soon as I think I might be a little interested in seeing where the content is going. But that's only because it's been ingrained in me as a streamer. And when it's off, there is awful static. Yeah, having dead noise is tough. Um, yeah, you spend most of your time when you're starting your stream setting up audio. I can't stress that enough. Like, start another channel, do an audio test over and over and over till sounds good. Till it sounds passable at least. And I even before I even started OBS and streaming to a false count, I was listening to my own recordings and making sure that the mic was picking up me and not every little click on my table. And I have a super loud keyboard, so that was fun to try to drown out versus my voice. And it also depends on which kind of mic you're using, because I have a really high quality mic, but in my current setup, it's not really viable. It sounds great, but it also picks up absolutely everything in the room. Hear my chair squeaking, and it's just too sensitive. I could probably tweak with the settings more, but then I would have to basically shout into it for you to hear only my voice. Yeah, mouse and keyboard kicks. Yep, and my mouse isn't incredibly quiet either. I like my peripherals to be very clicky. I like that feedback. And my chair isn't quiet either. It's actually quite a bit. That supercardioid or hypercardioid. Yeah, I've got a G-Track G-Track Pro Samsung USB mic. The higher end USB mic. Um but it's actually just sitting on my desk right now. The charms of handmade mic booth. I would totally love one of those. My streaming space is the same as my sleeping space. Is all in the same room. So I'm limited on the space that I can have. Yeah, if I were actually recording for video and stuff, back when I did video game recordings and stuff, I used a booth. Yeah, and yeah, when I was back in school, audio wasn't a thing that was taught to everyone, but I was kind of the audio guy. Um, and so I ended up doing the audio for our projects and stuff. Yeah, because I have a digital media and a little bit of broadcasting media experience before I went into the program. Oh, and Fee, thank you for this music. It's awesome. It's much better than listening to stream beats. Oh, I really like it. I love this style of music. There's actually quite a bit of variety in here. I haven't made playlists, but I need to. Yep, so there is a bit of information about Fee. Uh, there's her Twitch and Twitter. Um, she composes music and she composes music for gaming and she plays a lot of gaming on her channel along with the music. Minecraft has been incredibly entertaining recently. She found the text to speech function, and I love the memes. Hasn't had any streamer commissions. I've heard one or two people ask about it though. open to it, I suppose. I think that would be awesome. Particularly strong hopping styles or doing. But yeah, so but you could essentially just be given a make it kind of sound like this, and that would work. Something in mind that they want closely match. Yeah, um, that is a big thing. What is the site that all these streamers use crazy like Hollow Live uses company the freeware. It's a free site called yes, Akemi and everything. Yeah, I forgot. It's let me pull up a actual Hollow Live video and see if I can. Nope, that's not working. Um, oh, it's Dova something. Um, Dova syndrome. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I haven't. There's a huge archive on that website though, so I really haven't had. Really haven't looked through it. Stuff. There's some pretty good, interesting music on there. Just sorting system is not very friendly from the bit of time that I've spent on it. Yeah, I was actually a little. I don't know if Hololive if they commission people make stuff for them and then it's uploaded to Dova, or if they just use whatever they find on that site. I wonder how much of that is actually controlled by the company. Yeah, so while your video game is your music is definitely video game music. Um, there are many genres from what I've heard. Don't really fit my music single box. Yeah, yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's all over the place, but it has variety to it. Yeah, keep people open minded. Um, from what I've seen, like there's themes running for each project. It's just one project is not clearly reflective of what's going to be presented in the next project from what I've seen. Because like I could be listening to the music at random and pick, oh, it's probably from that, and then look over at Spotify and like, oh yeah, I was close. Issue is with art people usually stereotype and it clits. what they will be getting more or less. With music, not everyone is able to have the same ability to tell styles. Yeah, um, it is hard to pick a style from music. Some people have like all their music, you can nail it down. Like there's 5 different people that I've heard their works, and it's probably one of them. Or one person that you're like, oh, it's gotta be this one. Um, it's much easier with visual art. Like, okay, that art style is this person's art style because of the way they draw ears or the way that they their eyebrows look on the characters. I have a few friends that as soon as I see an image on my Twitter timeline, even before I see which user it was, I'm like, it's this person that posted it. And 90% of the time, I'm right. It's much easier to pick out a visual art style than auditory art styles. And also in an auditory art style, if you keep on using the same thing, people are more apt to pick it out subconsciously. Like if you're using the same beat line or whatever, people will automatically like, oh, it's this song with different lyrics. Yep, and yeah, visual cues are easier to pick out than auditory cues. Consciously, subconsciously, auditory cues are insane. Actually, what like the emotions stuff they can bring up, but you don't consciously think about auditory very much. I'm gonna stick with a lot of art I was doing concept work. Most of the time, if you hear a new music track, people put out artists only if there is a singer involved because our ears are better. True. Yes, we automatically try to find patterns in voices quicker than patterns in other auditory cues. Um, if someone threw a random movie soundtrack, a lot of times it is hard to tell who is the artist if it is only instrumental. Yeah, unless they're a super big name, and also there can be people that are trying to emulate styles. Like, you can listen to a movie soundtrack and you think that's John Williams, but then you look at the credits and it's like, no, actually the person wanted to make their music sound like John Williams. It wasn't actually John Williams. Yeah, yeah, because even his music, like you pick out a few of like from series he's worked on and stuff, but experimenting is always a thing that artists are doing. So there may be a totally new project. You're at back, Blues. Well, yep. Look forward to seeing you come back. See you, Bluesy. I think I think at for most of my streams, it turns into more of a just chatting with art in the background. I absolutely loved talking about stuff like this. But I'm not necessarily. I don't have enough viewers to have a just chatting stream necessarily. I have top. I have mid. I do not have the bottom. Find. So yeah, this is actually a sketch I was working on at work. Got a lurk. Well, I was in a meeting the other day, so I was lurking a lot of streams. Thanks for the lurk, Frona. I really appreciate it. That. Oh, that's why. There we go. The OBS being on my other screen. Nice. Going to go. Where is that? That's being generated over here. Down. Want it. So that. Color change. So tell what's going on. Fill. Darker. Oh. Anchors. Make them not attached. There we go. Okay, so make me comfortable. There we go. Not what I wanted. I didn't like the turn there. There we go. cool. I think I want these actually maybe, well, they need to be smaller first of all. Bring down the stroke width. So I can take all these, select them all. Why those not showing up? And then I can find them. Oh, it only combined two shapes there. Fine. There we go. And I can take that, put it underneath there, grab here this, and I'm going to use a mask that only show up on that. Maybe grid lines will help get it going across though. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Um, so I'm going to create a grid texture. Hold this up in skills. I can work on that separately. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want grid. Select all of that. Fill, put stroke on there. Thing is, I'm recognizing these songs. I don't know if I'm recognizing them because I played the game or I heard them on stream. Either way, I'm vibing. Want these less. Got the stroke. Cool. We're gonna bring down the opacity. At a 6%. And I think the grid lines should probably be same color as or similar color as parchment. Light. I'm thinking I like that a little bit more. So I'm using just the duplicate tool here. I wanna run that first. distracted by Twitter. There, want to emphasize that top there because it is going off the side of the page. I think that's pretty good though. As I was saying to E, there is a lot of variety in her music. It is awesome. Kind of more of a Castlevania vibe. And I really need to get an avatar going here so you guys can see me rocking out. I'm actually working on always working on different ones, learn a different thing, especially working with the conversion to PC Face and other puppeteering programs. There's different styles and techniques that you use for each program. And VC Face actually it can't animate textures yet, from what I've heard. And a lot of my animations, I actually like taking an image like the eye and animating the texture tracking instead of instead of an actual eyeball. So an example, uh, like usually you would want to have a texture, or if you're doing a very chibi style, whatever, and it's got the eye on it, and depending, you're wanting to have a left, right, up and down on it, so and the eye shape be like that. So if you wanted it to look up, this would shift down to make the eye appear like it's moving up. And then if you want it to go right, would shift the texture so you're grabbing it from that perspective. PC Face doesn't do that. You're actually using a sphere with the eye texture on it, and program is rotating it depending on which direction you're looking in and stuff, because it wants to face towards wherever you're looking. And there's mirroring trickery and stuff, so it replicates your actions in the direction that you're actually looking and whatever else. So this is DC face, and this is low poly eye tracking. So I don't know a puppeteering program that necessarily does this one. So I actually have to do a physical eye in my models. Most of my models, GB, not actually can't fit this actual spherical object inside the head where the eye is supposed to go. Especially if you look at the little dragon girl that I have down in the corner there. Her eyes would not physically fit inside of her head. A lot of it's a common problem in 2D art. If you were to translate it to a 3D image, it would not make sense. And she would be quite a challenge to actually do that way. I'd actually have to animate the eye textures for that one, or totally change how her head is structured. So I'm having to change how my really can't see that pen, can you? So I'm having to change my style of modeling. Writing, but you could totally see my drawings. So that's a big hurdle I'm having to get around. And that's just an example of some of the hurdles that you have to jump through in getting ready for different software. Because Unity, our game engines, would generally have absolutely no problem doing this. And that's actually, in low poly, that is the technique that we prefer for many art styles. So, yep, that's just a quick example of what's going on behind the scenes here. And I've got a cheapy one right now that I'm like, how in the world are her eyes gonna fit in? So, back to the icons. I need right to left. Long one. Go. Play changes abrupt change of direction. A intersection. Be hidden. Like that. there's a hard turn in there, and I got to continue that hard turn or slowly smooth it out. I think I'm gonna do it to the smoothing out technique. That very harsh. Yeah, smoothing out was a good idea. Oh, and also mindful of what edges you're going to be following. Because this turn takes a pretty harsh turn. At the edge there, where I'm going to want to align most of my stuff. This is essentially going opposite directions. So I need to take these vertical lines. Turning. That. Oh, that's because I'm doing. And I just continuously hit that line over. That's it. Just in case you're wondering what it means. Grab. Turn off duplication. That one. That one. One. This would actually be easier if I just locked all these. I'm going to lock those. That is. Oh, it's a line. So I'm missing. I'm not grabbing a few. Where are they hidden? I want to know why I'm not grabbing these lines. But yeah, I just wasn't selecting all of it. Cool. Then I go and take that, combine them. Then overall, I think I'm going to want to increase their opacity down to about 30%. I think I'm gonna want to actually this is a star map, so I'm gonna want to include some celestial bodies, I think. Let's mask these first. See how it goes. See how it looks. So a little bit more curves on the grid. How is this going to translate? Icon. Okay, so barely going to see the lines. I don't know how much work I should actually put into it. Okay, that last song was nothing like the other ones. No complaining from me, but the truth. But if he looking cool. I didn't grab a new cup of coffee before I started. That's okay though. I do not need to get more coffee. Actually, I'm going to want some grids bigger. Can't see them at a super small resolution anyways. See them as big as intended. Okay, so back to finding all of them. Oops. want to combine. Let's drop it down. Opacity again. Then masking. Okay. Select. I really don't know. Graphical error. Supposed to be showing a check mark there. And then I can mask them. That is definitely a map. That looks awesome. Okay, so space that I have is actually a perfect square. So I am going to select what's locked. Select it. That's a little stretched. I want it to be like that scale. That looks yeah though. I don't know. What do you think about that? Looks kind of cool. But I think I can actually get this. What I want to do is wait. No, I want to do coordinates. Something else. Try. I didn't try rotating it. Oh, that's fixing the issues. When you do something and you wish you had done it the whole time. Common thing in art. The discoveries you make along the way. Why in the world did I not think of that in the first place? Much better. I already have it masked, so I can actually start. and it's just gonna follow what I have here. So no, I want the circle not to be perfect. It actually needs to warp with this. So I can actually mask, and I can unmask it, and I can select separately. Come on. I want that. But I want actually manipulate that. So if I separate them, yeah, I can do that. Want this? Okay. Start warping it. Grab the hole first. And warp it, and I want to add a point. Put it here. Oh, it's outside the bounds. And a hard time grabbing it. That look like? When we're working on curve, looks really choppy, doesn't it? What I actually want this is for it to look wavy than anything. Because it is circular, but it's also on a curved flat surface. I don't want it to look exaggerated. Okay, so if I were to lay this, hey Captain. Oh, Lark put clean the house. No problem. Work needs to be done. Well, thanks for the lurk. Very much. Hello. So I need to do that with all of these. So is that they don't exactly have to represent circles. Maybe interpret them as being. I'm thinking more of like a gas cloud kind of curve. Yeah. So it's kind of, since space is always shifting a little bit. Especially these could be ancient maps, old maps. So they could have been mapped at a time that navigation wasn't so accurate necessarily. Oh, thanks for lurking, Bluesy. Been awesome. Thank you. Keeping those average viewers up. I think I want this one. Definitely emulate a curve though. But just graphically, it's prettier if it's in the visible area. Yeah, like that. And I don't want these lines crossing. Draws too much attention. Looks kind of topographical now. It actually looks a little bit more like a map, with the lines being curvy like that. I'm actually really happy with that. Okay, so little field trip into what a dashboard for a affiliate looks like. Creator dashboard. Navigate at least to the right page before I share the screen. Affiliates. Loyalty badges. Is there anything here that No, there's absolutely nothing there that get me in trouble. Okay, so what loyalty badges, the dimensions they're looking at for is an 18 by 18 pixel, super small, a 36 by 36 pixel, and a 72 by 72 with the different scales. They must have a maximum file size of 25 kilobytes. They may not be animated. They must be the exact same image, fair enough, and they must be square. Um, and there's I don't know how the flare thing works, so I'm going to turn that off right now. Okay, cool. So what I need to do is I need to take this. All I'm doing is adding to it. So it is totally fine for me to kind of flatten this. So a faux flattening to it. Curve. Those all separate. I'm just select all these. Mask them. Not what I wanted. So then try to mask it. There we go. Cool. Okay, and add a new artboard. Take a relatively small one, so a Vectorinator doesn't go crazy on us. Okay, back to video program. Okay, blank canvas here. Going to scale it. 18. That is. Oh, where is it? There it is. By 18. Okay, so 18 is half, and then half. Okay, so basically our sizes are basically each one is double the size of the last one. So I can actually create this canvas to be a 72 by 72, and then canvas selected. I can duplicate, copy, copy it, that, that, and I'm going to paste. That's not right. 72. 72. Paste. I have snapping, snap to guides, snap the edges. I think we're all just snapping to previous edge. Can also make this image size exactly 71.9 by 71.9. I don't like how that's not snapping correctly. That looks safe though. Okay, so just to what this like at doubt mode. Good. Then for the other ones, I'll put like a big, thick X mark on it and stuff. Make it pop more. So I'm going to
Fail.
perfect timing. No, I am not going to fail. I am going to successfully export this as a PNG. Transparency, 100% scale. Oh, it's looks terrible because it's zoomed in over almost 3,000%. Okay, so this is 70 by sub icon. Done. And then next one is I want it exported at 50% scale. At 100. I want it at 30 at 36, 100% scale. Definitely easier to navigate on the bigger typing thing. by 36 icon sub icon. Save. Oh, I didn't last it. Ah. Go to my play capture wall. Go through all these. Upload. Icon. Load that to drive. Okay, and then I need a 18 by 18. See how terrible these look. By 18. Save. Drive. Okay, cool. So now that I have it on here, calling guys back over. And let's save the files. Correct destination. Course is open on the screen. Okay, so Google Drive, my sub icons. Want to cut those and move into make a new folder. Emotes. Okay, paste some project. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's the icons uploaded into the streams emote folder. Up in 18. Cool. And drop the 36. Drop the 72. And upload batch. Yes, I made them, so I own the rights. All my subs are first. Have the first icon, so that's not actually going to show up yet. And then I can, I'm gonna do the whatever month badges. It's gonna be as simple as like adding an X. Well, that's probably gonna be the pathway actually. A dotted path followed. Okay, cool. So, Flare, the loyalty badges are totally done. So another thing in affiliate is upload emotes. I have one slot for each tier. And then yeah, I just have tier emotes. Captain Krabs is hosting. Thank you for the host, Captain. Okay, cool. So I can make emotes. And those sub icons are actually look pretty sweet. Okay, so turning back on my iPad. Make some emotes. Okay, cool. So I know that you can... Okay, there. You can just make them at 72 and export them at different sizes. Program is pretty awesome. Okay, so what I want to do now is design an emote. Anybody have any suggestions for emotes they'd like to see? I know I have. Well, I actually need to make channel points. But here, let's how do I activate like save? What shows up here? Save search is on. Okay, cool. Capture. Go to the Google search. Okay, so what I searched for off the underlay. Okay, was common emotes on Twitch. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3 was the try hard, lol, and heart emoji. I use the heart emoji all the time. That's probably going to be one of the ones that I'm going to want. maybe the higher tiers. PogChamp emote, Rip, Binding of Isaac. I don't think. Okay, so in all, it was actually rating them on Polygon. I had to understand. Okay, here's a breakdown of some common ones. Kappa is a starting point. I don't understand half of this stuff anyway, so this might be educational. The moat is based on a former Justin T employee, Josh G. Steno, who was charged with setting up the chat client. People mainly use or spam Kappa as a way of carrying out a sarcastic reply to something that happened on stream. Okay. When to use it. If a streamer does something that usually makes you roll your eyes or something that makes you roll your eyes or clap with a sarcastic bite, this is to you. So it's mug. Okay, cool. This is try hard emote. When to use it, if something exciting happens on screen, hype is building or an exciting announcement is made. Feel free to use this emote. Remember, however, to be aware of who is on screen when the emote is that your hype message doesn't read it as insulting or offensive. Okay, so this is anticipating hype. PogChamp, rip. Being surprised or excited. Forehead. Oh, it's laughing. Come on, bro. If someone says something that is completely baffling or absurd. Yeah, come on, bro is pretty self-explanatory. Like, really? The lull emote. I did not know that was a lull. Express deep laughter. And then BT LL. Wow, that's just blown up filter. Oh. Haha. Makes you cringe. Oh, so it's a cringe reaction. Sour please, how to use it, make a particular good event. To celebrate a particular. Oh, okay, breakdancing and looks like a Dick's Sporting Goods. Maybe. Feels bad man, feels goods man. Depending on the situation, if you want to express a deep feeling of sadness or joy or something that over something that has happened. Okay. Gotcha-gasm. Okay. Oh yeah, this frog dude keeps on showing up. I've seen him in some memes. Know if that's dating me. You're feeling particularly anxious or overwhelmed. Oh, it's just sweating. Poggers. Kind of the PogChamp, but the cute frog meme. Cat emote. Mr. Destructroid. If someone is acting robotic or a weird glitch, you get a glitchy pixel robot. Okay. Debated. If someone is trying to bait or troll others, use it to call them out. Okay. So all interesting things to know. But I'm not a huge fan of any of these emotes. Tryhard one though is interesting. And Cap is just the smug. Well, it'll inform me when these heads pop up in chat. At least I kind of know what they mean now. Okay, okay, so these are actually just Twitch. The most popular Twitch emotes. So these are the actual Twitch global emotes. Okay, so Keku. I think that's just laughing. Pepe laugh. Nice. Joggers. What is joggers? Poggers. Poggers is a version of the Poggers emote. But it has Pepe. It is animated in spins. Thank you for explaining that. It has the same meaning as Poggers. Okay, it's Poggers emote, but it's animated. Kind of cool. Okay. Salt emote, that makes sense. Not like this, yeah. Fail, facepalm, makes sense. First logo. Meat Boy, Illuminati, Poggers with Pepe. Morphin Time. I'm actually a huge fan of Power Rangers. I'm glad that that's actually an emote. I used to use a lot on when Hyper RPG was their Hyper Rabbit Go. Uh, Power Rangers their Power Rangers RPG, which was amazing. I'd wish they did something like that again. I really like Hyper RPG. Oh, Bob Ross. Cool story. I love Boss. Boss Rob. Bob Ross. Such a such a dude. He's so wholesome but you can tell behind everything he says that he does just love his audience. Nice. So Bob Ross is just awesome. Okay. So those are all the global emotes. I'm going to give just a general emotes breakdown. No. Okay. So not common. Popular. Most popular emotes on Twitch. So I don't want to copy someone else's emotes, but I'm getting inspiration. Be with my own characters. I think I want a cat girl. I might actually turn my one of my illustrations into emotes. But so I have this chick here. So the plan is not to just one and done these emotes. I actually want to updating them, especially to accommodate any requests and stuff. So I'm thinking I actually want to pick a I can just draw a newer, but learn something new every day. And make this Let's look at actually what the upload thing for regular emotes is, because it's slightly different than loyalty badges, I think. Okay, oh, it actually doesn't have a downsizing code. Resolution 112 by 112 and 4096. For an emote, that's crazy. But there is a thing that has emotes pop up on screen. I don't know if it scales them. So what I'm going to use a 72. Because 72 is to work with. Dartboard. And I want to grab all of it. Anything that's hidden, I'm going to keep locked. Oh, the body's locked. Bracelet locked. Staff deco was locked. Okay. Want to copy, paste. Paste. There we go. Ah. What am I missing here? I can actually painful. Okay, so since she's much naked, it's only gonna be her head. Bit of offset. Okay, so close. Okay, so I'm basically throwing this over, so I can say I've got an emote. And also just how it uploads. So I don't want to show my iPad information again. Okay, so PNG. Okay, so actually what this emote representing is ouch. how this goes. And ouch. Cut. Bring him over here. Ouch. Oh, it's... Oh, it has to be between 12 and that. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That just means I need to upscale this. Scale. Let's make it 12. Ouch. Okay, so back to Google Drive. Okay. Scales this 12 by 112 one. Base. Cut. Paste it. Yes, replace the file. And now I upload it. And the new unique code that I'll use is make ouch. All the advanced options are all of them. That was the actual options I wanted in the first place. Code will be capitalized and ended after your remote prefix alphanumeric. Okay, so it actually already takes my channel name. So, ouch. Save. Sweet. So it should be show up as my emotes. Where am I on this? Can I not use my own emotes? Yeah. Oh, it has to be approved, doesn't it? Patient. Pending approval. Okay. Okay, cool. So, what that looks like. actually, I could. What other emotes could I use? So I should probably have like just a generic Jake mode of my avatar. Uh, all tier 1 benefits. Okay, advanced. Okay, so actually, I'm liking the upload one and it resizes all of them. So I'm going to put avatar as that emote and flip back over to my capture device. Okay, so I am going to actually create a the generic avatar one. So when do you unlock like a bit emotes, guilty badge? Uh, okay, here they are. Bit emotes, avatars and stuff. Okay, cool. But I'm actually going to go emotes. Am I not supposed to be sharing all this dashboard stuff? Actually, I want to the ouch one re-upload it as a tier 2. And then out. Yeah, so that's a tier 2. And then I'm going to upload as a tier 1 this guy. Let me grab. I want this one. Actually, I'm just image. Okay, and then I'm going. So actually, I might be breaking. There might be a TOS thing. with me showing you my panels. You know the stream, but I'd rather not. So I am going to try to display. I'm going to display Blender. That Blender though. That Blender. There we go. Okay, cool. And I am going to upload PNG. Name that. Avatar? Not like the movie with the blue people, or The Last Airbender. Literal Avatar in this. Okay, so ouch. To the drive. Avatar. Cut him. Take it over to the stream. Take it over to the emotes. Paste. Cool. Choosing not to. Share my screen because I'm not sure if that's a TOS thing. I'm gonna play it safe. Okay, that actually looks awesome. Who I want to name this? Ultrea is live. Okay. Let's. What do I want to name it? I want to name it. It. Oh. Oh, Ete? No. Oh, we're gonna spell that. Eight. Dyslexic here. E-A-T. Eat. No, eat. Save changes. Okay, that is tier 1. And tier 2 done. So, I actually have some there has actually been bits pledged, so I am going to make uh a bit bad emote. What should I do for the bit emote? March the snake? Yeah, I'm gonna do March the snake. So actually what I can do, I think I can just export this. Cancel. As the active artboard. Now I can export it as a PNG. And can I just downsize the 112? Yeah, that doesn't look bad actually. So I'm going to name this one March. Upload that drive. Wait. This is where a stream deck would be awesome when I keep on switching scenes like this. Or not scenes, but on and off stuff. Drive. March. Cut. Oh. Oh, these are the custom bit badges, aren't they? Or not the bit emotes. How do I get to emotes? I'll have to ask the captain when he steps by. We're gonna upload that in tier 3 though. Okay, screen, modes, and March. So that is going to be called March. In March. That is an amazing prefix. It's gonna be Jake in no eat, Jake in ouch, Jake in March. upload. Find out how. Oh, you actually have to apply guidelines. Guideline. Okay, so here is the report page for the emotes, emote guidelines. Okay, no hateful content, harassment, no threats of violence. Da, 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 da. Be a good person. Protect the rights. Matting requirements. Instant upload eligibility. That's what I want. Partners in good. Okay. Oh yeah, and select partners in good standing and select eligible affiliates. Can upload their emotes without manual review by Twitch staff. This means that their emotes are live and available to the community immediately upon upload. This is a benefit that can be revoked if a creator fails to meet one or more of the eligibility criteria outlined below. Oh, okay, 60 days is lit, and I have streamed from at least days do not need to be sequential. Okay, so it's 60 total days. But mine is um this is within the last 30-day performance. Yeah, and it's only a little higher than that. So I'm a little over a half away. Then. Okay, so I just have to wait. Affiliates cannot count time prior to being an affiliate. Oh, I've got a while since I just got affiliate like last week. Okay, so I have to have streamed for 60 unique days. That's like 3 or 4 months now. Not like see emote in chat room or not violate the guidelines. They'll hide it from appearing in by adding it to the channel banned words, filter words including emote codes, and add to the. Oh, okay, so you can filter out emote codes. Fair enough. Cool. Okay, cool. So capture, close out that. I don't want to show it too much. Okay, so what I'm actually got this, but I'm going to actually 3D art. I know those emotes aren't the final ones I want, but they're a good dry run, and to say at least I do have emotes. Okay, so I can close down the iPad. Back to Blender. Okay, so in Blender, I was actually in the middle of a but I was in the middle of working on a TV. That's back there. Here she is. That reference was a loose starting point. This one, but here she is. I've strayed away from low poly because I am using a smooth subdivision modifier that is making it very smooth. Let's assign. No, that is glass. I do not want a glass material. I want a regular material. B. He totally needs to. Yeah, was a cube, and I haven't actually modified it since cube. There. Doesn't look like she has any clothes though. So let's remedy that. So this is a technique. I was talking to Frey about it. I'm not sure if I actually. I know I started doing it, but this is a refined version of it. Okay, so select part that you want to be selected in clothing. So I'm then hit that, and I'm going to separate it. And yeah, modeling move. I do. This is the clothing. So I want bigger, and then modifier time. So I'm going to add a solidify modifier. Make it so it has thickness. Solidifying the right way though. about -0.5. Yes, that's the direction I want it to go in. So -0.01. And then I want to add a shrink wrap. And I want the shrink wrap to happen before anything else happens. Target body. That shape is automatically, or that new geometry is automatically going to try to connect body, lie flat along its. Okay, so why isn't geometry? Okay, that's weird. Check the back here. Got a small gap there as well. Happening because of, yes, it's happening because I shrunk it before I mirrored it. I want to mirror it and then shrink it. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so here's some pants. Not sure if I actually want them that thick. Let's do a solidify and have that a -0.005. Okay, that doesn't enough room. So -0.009. Oh, her cheeks showing there. Maybe if I put some geometry though. Just need geometry. Interesting, the clothes actually have more geometry than the body. Something kind of funny. Let's do a UV change on that. So or under root, make them white. Rotate 180. Pedal 3D art. BB. Hashtag cat girl. Modeling. Cat girl. Okay, cool. Howling. Hashtag cat girl. Category art. Yes. Want to stay in this, but 3D. Category art. I'm staying in the same category, so update information. Oh, that follower goal isn't updating correctly. Okay, so I want subdivision so I can actually down here. Huh. I didn't draw this out very good. I thought about it before I started clicking things. It can duplicate E selection, separate selection. I'm gonna scale it a little bit. Then I want to. Okay, so what do I do with this? I did a shrink wrap and a solidify. Add a shrink wrap. I want to apply this right before the subdivision. Target body. And then I want to apply a solidify. What settings did I use? So negative 0.008. Negative 0.008. Other settings that I mess with. Oh, I'm gonna modify that a little bit. So let's say UV first. Wrong button. That over to white. Um. Okay, so for shrink wrap, you can actually have it so it pops down to where it actually is shrunk, or you can have it stay at the dimension that it really is. But the shrink goes to town on it. So I'm actually having up above because your work with get all X-ray. That was a control line all those. Roll over. I want full loop here, and I am going to it down. It, and then extrude down. My second monitor is covered with dust. No wonder I'm sneezing. Okay. Good. Okay, okay. Good thing I'm not sharing this. Okay, so how would a crop top actually fall over the? Okay, depending on the waistline, is actually a straight line. That's one there. Want to make sure geometry all stays outside the geometry that I'm trying to shrink to, so I don't get any weird stuff, even though it's going to try to snap to the surface. Cool. It has clothing. Okay, so, I don't know if I want to keep the head that big though, but it's also a little strange looking. Origin. Okay, so the reason that thing is weird is okay. There, I think that is more fitting. All puns intended. Her head might be a little too bulbous in the back though. I know that will change once I get to hair, but yeah, I might want to remedy that right now actually. For eyebrows, those should definitely be a different color. Okay, so I should actually create a whole new texture map for this. But just in the meantime, her hair is gonna. Oh, okay. So what I'm actually going to do with eyebrows is I am going to apply the shrink wrap so that I can start doing some. Oh, I should probably apply the solidify as well. Apply the solidify so I have. like how the eyebrows are done. Here. Okay, so this object, normals are not right. Fix that. Make sure that its shading is faces. There. That's cute. The ears need work, not actually in the head. Cool. The tail. Having the tail as a separate object. Oh, hey, Fear. Um, I am working on a Catgirl model that I started a little while ago. So I've actually been jumping between doing this model in a few different styles. I think I actually have, like I have versions. They're all laid on top of each other. So I have a few versions in here of like a knight. So this is one of bodies that I was working on. That's not supposed to be there. Control L. Yep. So there is one version of the body. I also did one that she wasn't so short and squat. But I abandoned that one and have gone style. She looks much cuter and not as freaky. And she's part of the lore is actually that the main Jake in the Grass, the dragon character, he's actually a shapeshifter, and he adopts forms similar to his companions, and one of them that is a cat girl. So I am modeling her slash his hybrid form of her, which will be like a cat girl with a snake tail and wings. and blue hair. So I'm basically just going through. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'll explain it better in the future. But that's one of the ideas that are kicking around. And also I want to make a I want to make an animated like cat girl, and I love avatars with wings, so that's another thing that she's gonna have. And humanoids are much easier to animate and import into VC Face, so I'm going to bring this one to total completion, and then come back and do my main model because of the complexity. So, I've actually made quite a bit of progress in the last few minutes. Given her clothing, I have picked out the color and shape of the eyebrows. Did a little adjusting on the ears. The eyes are going to be tricky though, because VC Face uses spheres for eyes instead of like animated planes. I actually explained it a little bit earlier what the difference is, but like animated planes is I'd put a single shape in her eye socket and animate the texture that I would put on that shape. Like I can actually, it doesn't have to be a sphere that I put in there. It could be just whatever fills her eye socket. And then I put texture on there, and depending on which way the software looks, it would move texture, and essentially the eye would move around on that plane. But VC Face actually animates an object, which is like if I were to put a sphere in here, it would rotate that sphere around, and the texture would stay on the same place. So essentially, I have to make her head so that it accommodates a sphere for each eye, which is hard in translating a two-dimensional shape into a three-dimensional, especially for chibi, because chibi very rarely have eyes that would fit in their head, or just don't animate the eyes. That is fair. It would I don't know how that would look though, because this I would plug this into face. So if it's not tracking eye movement and the eyes are so big, they're a super dominant part of the face, so it would look kind of weird if they were static. But I can probably just limit the actual movement, and have them so I would have to put like half spheres there. It's probably going to be half spheres anyways. But it's going to have to be more than just even half spheres. It's going to be probably a quarter sphere turned on an angle, hit the socket. And what I was actually going to go into next was the tail. It would be easy to just like pull the tail in from my other avatar. But actually I don't want to do that necessarily. I want to do it from scratch. I really like big fluffy tails, but I don't know if that's what it is. add a cylinder. Make that cylinder have 6 sides. Then we'll rotate it by 90 degrees. Scale it. So, actually, finished some emotes. The icon for the loyalty badge, 1 month loyalty badge, and yeah, so waiting for approval for those emotes. I'm really excited. Yeah, and I don't know what the turnaround that is right now. I was looking at the auto approval thing, and I would have to 60 unique days after becoming affiliate. So I'm not even close to that goal right now. Yeah. Well, yeah, depending on day, because I've heard of it taking like less than 10 minutes sometimes. Sometimes it taking a whole week. 2 days. Yep. Fair enough. Well, yeah, it really just depends on if because I think they batch brew them. So it's if you catch them at a time when they're going in to look at which emotes to approve for whatever time period. Well, right now, balls. That's the eye in there. And these are those eyes. Remove distractions. Object, origin, geometry. Also, so here's the clothing I put on her. It's actually quick. A series of modifiers. Like I got a shrink modifier on here. There it is. Mirror modifier. Here's the shrink one. And then subdivision it out. And then solidify, this is a big one. It actually takes the shape and puts it on the outside of the edge. Kind of shrink wraps it. This is always fun to watch. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. I personally watching people model as well. Okay, so blues solidify, monitor, shrink wraps. No, actually, there's two modifiers. Okay, so modifiers that I use for the clothing is, here's the shrink wrap one. This is the one that actually snaps it to the surface, and it basically just makes the geometry follow the geometry below it. Even if it actually has more geometry to it, it's going to go as closely as it can, because actually if you look at where the geometry, how does it, okay, there it is. So I actually have the geometry floating above the surface that I want it to snap to, so it just takes this geometry as it would be and snaps it the closest face. And there's other options, like a perfect closed face. I can snap it to the nearest vertex, which is a single point on an edge. Then target normals. That snaps it to what is seen as the outward facing face, and then just snap it to the nearest surface. Nearest surface usually gives you the best results. The other ones can give you interesting results though. Not what you expected, or if you were planning to use that method later on. So that was the shrink one. And then I also have a solidify modifier. So after it shrink wraps it to the shape, it's essentially flush with the surface, and it doesn't have any thickness. So if you use a solidify, it gives it thickness. So it's actually like you have an object laying on top of another object. So especially for like clothing, it is really easy, really good, easy to like, the geometry I have on this is based on the geometry of the body, but I added more shape to it. So it will actually lay better on the other geometry as well. It doesn't have to be an exact match. And I can actually like modify, I need to actually, I'm going to grab this whole layer up here, and I am going to straighten it. It still stays flush with the surface below it. Thing happening. Oh, I know, it's weird. I've got, so with the subdivision modifier here, this is the one that adds basically more geometry to it, smooths it out. If the closer you have points, the more it's going to try to replicate the geometry for smoothing. So I just need to have a few points further apart, so when the subdivision activate transition. And modifiers are amazing in Blender, and that's probably the biggest selling point for using Blender over other programs, I'd think. Okay, so I'm working on her tail. Let's make the fluffy cat tail first. Well, actually, no, I need to look into emulating fur. Yeah, let's do the snake tail. So, down a little. This is awesome. I love Music Box. I wanna listen to that song again. Come on, OBS. Stop fighting me. There we go. I'm a huge fan of Music Box renditions songs. Okay. Uh, should do more Music Box then. Well, I'd appreciate it. End up doing so tracks because they're split. Well, there are fans of them. Especially if you look on YouTube and look for Music Box whatever, like the Hanging Tree song from Hunger Games is an awesome Music Box. I prefer it to the original. Well, actually, I prefer most versions of that song to the original, but that's more just the song. Yeah, so if you ever see me doing something and you want to explain, say, "Hey Jake, slow down. I want to see more of that." I'm happy to explain. Dreamer BGM. That I think situationally that would be amazing because um I may incredibly love it. Uh but Music Box can get old. So situationally, especially thematically, if like if you're playing a game that calls for more Music Box stuff, that would be a great playlist to have. I especially like the Music Box Midnight Syndicate. They do kind of creepy, sometimes carnival music. And they have some Music Box stuff, and those are amazing for horror games, or just if you want to set the mood in a an RPG. Yeah, bluesy. Yeah, that's awesome. That's actually one of the things why I created this channel is I love Blender and art and framing and whatever, but I love even more seeing other people learning and enjoying it. Thank you, Nightbot. Been a while since I saved. So I chose to make it so that Nightbot is on a timer to remind me to save. Because I can't rely on there always being enough people in the chat to put it as a point redeem or whatever. Maybe in the future. I think I actually have it as a command.
If I put some energy to it, I could try.
Yeah. Some of these vocals are hilarious. I have Nightbot. Remember that one time you worked 2+ hours and forgot to save? Yeah, let's not repeat that. Save like you're playing an RPG. Yeah, that's a good habit to get into. Oh, and not even the quick save. Do the actual iterative saves. I think you can set automatic iterative saves in Blender. I know it was a thing back in Maya, but I usually manually do it in this one. This song has kind of a wedding march feeling to it. That one called S7. Okay. Actually, I'm thinking thicker. Yeah, even bigger than that. Okay. Add a subdivision modifier to it. As I was saying before, the closer geometry is, the more the more it tries to follow the original geometry. So it kind of creates a line. Like if I were to put one up here, I try to create an edge. models you find the weight and properties part of the rig. Um, you apply it when you go to the rigging. So you can actually like auto it attaches to an object and or no, you can select the whole thing and say auto rig it, and the program will try to like, okay, what's the nearest joint or what's the nearest shape, and does it have more geometry? So should I make higher concentrated geometry areas have greater weight because they're usually joints? And also it's okay, this is a humanoid figure, this is generally what the weight should be when I paint weights. But the computer's not that great at it all the time. So you sometimes have to manually come in and paint the how much weight uh, each bone has to the surrounding geometry. And then there's also the attached to this bone to this geometry. And that bone will move that piece of geometry, which doesn't require weights. It's just this one attaches, which is the most easiest and actually how a lot of what I rig I try to do. Non-organic things are easier to rig, much quicker. But this one is going to require some weight painting probably. Unless auto rig, I roll really good on the slots and for some reason it which sometimes it does, depending on how standard humanoid your model is. So, simple answer, yes, everything that happens when I go to rig. I don't need to worry about it until I get to that stage. I do need to know where I'm going to be bending things and put more geometry at that location. Just so the bones, when they deform something, have geometry to deform. Import the material from. So no, I have to create a whole new material. Let's do image texture. Let's open the texture. Make. Be editing. Select all. Unwrap it. So it's not gonna play. Unwrap it from perspective, point of view, project from view. So I just imported the texture from my snake model, and I'm just using that as its, because that's what this is supposed to represent is his tail. I want to belly plates. I'm going to port a as a subject. Same object. Admin cube. Back into modeling view. That down. Out. Okay, thanks for watching, Blue. I was happy to help. Happy to help. Good for you to stop by. Thank you. Art admin. Scale on scales. Crack my.
Should I make your pulse rise?
We need a beat. Let's do this.
Subject. I encountered this same issue when I was working on the snake. Is these edges end up being very close. Hey, apologetic, unapologetic. How are you doing? Oh, just modeling a the cat slash snake girl. Gonna be a cat girl with a snake tail and the wings from my avatar. Getting stuff together for your debut. Cool. Cool. Oh, thank you for hosting, P. Thank you for the host. Your debut. Cool. Very cool. There is actually someone chilling out in your chat. Are you planning on streaming sometime today, P? I was asking Fee because she said there was people hanging out in her chat in 3 hours. Yeah, I assumed it was afterward at least. Yep. So Fee is a yeah. There it goes. Yeah, Fee is a music composer and gaming streamer. Um, and her chats are super fun and fun to hang out in. Just a meme lord, and it's hilarious. Fee, you are hilarious. That's one of the things I enjoy most, hanging out in your chat. But unapologetic. I really look forward to seeing your stream. I've stopped by every once in a while, check out and whenever I see your live, see how it's going. If you ever have any more questions, I'm around. So on the Think Avatar, these would be like the belly scales. Okay, let me activate my underlay. So there's how it looks when it's. I still need to work on it a lot, but that is the current state of it. On this track, it's been a while. Well, it's been a while. So, let's have a B on that. It's a different object. It wants to. I'm not naming any of these. I really should. Okay, wrong one. Wrong one. Okay, that's what I wanted. Not gonna let me do that. I'm going to direct from UUV and long over here. Scale. Here's one. Let's take that object origin geometry, apply all transform. There. I have to do that because the program tries to remember what shape it was originally, and then once you start if you keep on changing it, it will still treat the object like it was the shape it was originally until you tell it to recalculate from the current shape it is. And that's why I had to apply all transformations to it. And the origin thing means it just moved wherever I wanted it to go. Okay. Very nice integration of bit tones into other beats. I like it. Five in here. Definitely going to have to refine the head banging for the model. I enjoy bit tones, creating your own synth, and then making a whole track out of it. Although this one is nearly entirely, not entirely bit tone. It's a secret messaging. Oh. It did sound like it had structure. I've done a little bit of code breaking in my time. The best way to encode and not have someone else or someone that knows what they're listening for immediately pick it out is tough. But that survives compression. Sounds like a challenge. How long was it? Oh, I remember you talking about this one. I need to get a notepad and write this down. Oh, come on. It's not letting me copy it. Oh, so people have actually made some progress on it. Yeah, but they've been stuck for a while. Yeah, what I can say about what I've done with it is I've done a lot of ARGs, augmented reality games, that involved uh, decoding things, and I always found fun. I'm not always the main person that's like, hey, it must be this, and I'm gonna plug it into this program or whatever. Like, no, I'm usually the guy that's more like, I've heard of doing it this way, and it kind of sounds like it's one of those. I need a second opinion, though. You were inspired by the IRGs. I really enjoyed a lot of people were really down on it, but the Sombra one for Overwatch was pretty awesome, in my opinion. Mhm. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I caught that one just as it was starting, and there was a bunch of people that just got really frustrated with it. But then you could go into like the main Discord. I think it was the Codebreakers Discord or something. But people just going crazy over, oh, I discovered this thing, and it was like it was almost an hourly update of, oh, I tried this out, I tried this out. And it was really fun. Stupid. Now I'm kind of conditioned whenever I see Nightbot, I want to save. Doesn't even need to be telling me to do it. Kind of like uh the hydrate channel points. Didn't take me long. I'm conditioned. Even when I see it in other streamers, uh, Dreams. I took a sip of my drink. Fun listening to these tracks because of how varied they are, opposed to like to the Green Senpai stuff, Green Beats, where it all starts sounding kind of the same. I mean, it's good AD. There are so many of us that are ADHD. Like Captain, haven't noticed, is extremely ADHD. I am a bit as well. I'm quite, I can control mine a little bit more. Um, the only medication I had was, uh, the conversation of, I said, I think caffeine helps, and he's like, okay, tell me more about that. And then at the end he was like, yeah, just drink more caffeine, I guess. uh, Trying to fight it without the drug. Yeah, caffeine and having something repetitive, like music in the background helps me. I am constantly listening to music. Yeah, me too. Um, I will listen to music and people will be like, "What are you? How can you focus on anything when that's happening?" And my response is, I'm not even hearing it half the time. It's just a noise that keeps my mind. I can concentrate on something. I don't know if I like how this is turning out. well, P, did you see my Twitter post about what I'm thinking about for my schedule? So I'm actually thinking about doing more YouTube content and keeping this channel art focused, except for collabs and everything whenever you guys are around. So doing more games and stuff on YouTube. I've also been encouraged a lot recently to stream more on YouTube. I was talking to False ID last night, and he's a big advocate of not putting your eggs in Twitch's basket. Even though he does stream on the platform as well. Yeah, Twitch has some features that are cool. Not a lot of. Well, it was the thing that I didn't have access to most of them until I became affiliate, which like starting streamers should just have access to them anyways. But like the emotes and emotes and channel points, I think are big things. Maybe channel points could be like reward or something, but there's a few things that just channels should have. Affiliates more of a, okay, we recognize that you have spent enough time streaming that you're going to potentially be serious about this, and just some of the things in the affiliate contract are a little iffy. Like no other site requires you to abide by said rules. But I agree that Twitch is a pretty good platform for purely streaming. It is not great for discoverability, except for unless you have awesome friends that send their viewers to you and stop by and all that stuff. But if I was by myself, Twitch would be terrible for any growth. My work. Hey Calvin, I am in the middle of some modeling. Um, so it's like a cat girl, and she's got a snake tail, which the snake tail is actually part of the avatar I have there in the bottom right screen. I also I am in the middle of 3D modeling that character, and so this is similar to that one. So there's a few examples of what I do here. On the left side, there's a 2D little dragon girl. You were wondering why there was a kin Kenochi, but fair. Um, I'm modeling it straight because it's going to be rigged. Yeah, I'm actually going to rig and animate it. Yeah, it is a tail. Yep, but the lore is that the character, the dragon character, he can shapeshift into other people, and but he keeps traits from his winged snake form. It is a shame that hosted chats don't show up on those. True, very much so. Um, are there people actually talking in your chat? It would be very, very difficult to moderate. Yes, it would be interesting if they handed the moderation to the channel that's being hosted, though. That's something they could do. Oh, Calvin was there. You're in Fee's chat? Awesome. Thanks for watching. Uh, you hanging around waiting for her to stream? Early bird? You were like 3 hours early, my friend. Got a very early dinner. I actually haven't even eaten my lunch. Usually pull it up after dinner. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch it while I'm eating dinner. Around dinner time, I'm either hanging out with the family, or I am surfing channels, dropping in on whoever's online saying hi. That's also why I stream. One of the reasons why I stream a little earlier than everyone else, so I can stop by all the other streams and interact. It's also better for me not to be talking out loud too much when it's late. Yeah, yeah. A lot of my friends are actually in the same time zone as I am, so yeah, it's usually during the time when they all get off work. Yeah. A hydrate redeem. Yes, that is a necessity for every channel. You should always be able to attempt at waterboarding the streamer. Mm-hmm. Find a way. Yeah, there are times that I'll actually busy talking and stuff and forget to drink, even though I have a mug, two water bottles in front of me right now. How you doing, Calvin? It is good to see you stop by. I'm existing. Well, is that all you can say? Is something exciting going on? Is there something new that you did today? Recently? There's something you'd like to do? There's always room for you to add a little excitement. Or you can just chill. Nothing bad about that. And rotate it. Okay. Those are always finicky. I did a lot of placement on that other guy I was working on as well. He's got I don't know how many CLs. 40, 50. Crazy. Hey TS! How you doing? What's going on? Just working on a model. Something I was doing off stream and decided. Are we hydrating, Jake? Well, you are now. Drinking. Like I was saying, I got lots of bottles and stuff in front of me. And remember them. Not much, just helping my friend out on the realm. Has he picked a base location yet? I heard that he was joining. Or they were joining. Yippers. So is it close to you or another completely out of the way location? He's in a jungle. I don't know where Fee is going to either. And then I think Dill got invited as well as the realm. Quite a few people. I think we may actually have enough people for quite a collab coming up. The captain and I need to finish that boat. Oh, he's close to me. I do remember a jungle not far from where I am. well, yes, I'm sorry you just showed up, but I am actually getting ready to wind down here. Um, I'll probably be on the realm a little later tonight. But I also do have a lot of stuff to do. I'm not sure about it. And then yeah, we'll probably see each other in some other stream we're on or talk on Discord. Um, so yeah, thanks for everybody stopping by, watching me model. Well, originally I was making emotes. Oh, and I've got some emotes submitted, and I'm waiting for those to be approved. So a few of those come in. Also the subscriber. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Fee. The subscriber loyalty badges have also been updated. Everyone's got the first badge right now, so we're probably not going to see those for a while. But things are moving pretty good, and yeah, it was really encouraging that everyone that stopped by. I had a lot of fun talking to people. So what was? Oh, I will be updating my schedule on Twitter soon. I'm waiting on some real life work schedule stuff to be filtered out for the rest of the week. But keep up to date there. I do plan on spreading my stream in here in YouTube in the future. Not sure if that's going to start this week, but it will be soon. I will continue doing art mostly on this channel, except for some of. Wait, what is your Twitter? So you can actually type !point socials, or just check in my about section. Social. Oh, yep. Beat me to it, Calvin. Okay, yeah, it wasn't accepting my typing for some reason. Yeah, yeah, I'm excited to collab wherever else. I do try to keep my streams family friendly, not to chase anyone away, but that is something I try to aim for. So it lowers the scope for which games I can collab on and stuff. But if I'm not currently streaming that game, I am more than happy to come to your channel and play something as well. But yeah, check Twitter if you're interested to see next time I will go live. And thank you everyone for stopping by. Let's check out his live right now. And raid. Oh, come on, Twitch. Don't be like this. Okay, at least Twitch is loading today. Let's... Oh, Dill is live. Early 5 raid. Yeah, yeah, thanks for joining me from Fee's chat and the hosts. So I am actually going to raid Dill. Dill is, what is he playing right now? Dill is playing Dead Space again. Awesome game. Dead Space 2. So he's really knowledgeable about computers, and setting up streams, and a good person to ask about any of that stuff if you have any questions. Again, I am available to answer any of those questions as well, but Dill is actually a little better on the technical side of it. AV fighter Dill. Okay, yeah, thanks for everyone for stopping by. And if it's going to give me the countdown. Which is being interesting. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, see everybody later. Thanks for coming by.